Alrighty, hello everybody, how's it going? Happy Monday. Hope y'all are doing well. It's a chilly one here today. Hopefully it's the weather's a little nicer where you are, or at least you're tolerating it okay, if it's as bad or worse. Alright, we're back with some more Elden Ring. Consumables only. I guess we're still trying to do the all bosses thing, at least that's what I've basically committed to, so... Oh, get the mouse glitch, hang on. We good? Now we're good, okay. Anyway, so yeah, we're back after like a brief handful of days with no streams, or at least not my own. Charlie had her anniversary recently, so I wanted to kind of be around for that. Her stream anniversary, that is. Speaking of which, mine is actually coming up pretty soon, here in like a couple weeks. February 1st is when it'll be, so trying to determine what I want to do around that time. I don't know if we'll end up actually streaming directly on the 1st and having the anniversary directly on the day or not, and if I do, I'm not really sure what we'll be doing for it yet. Life has been kind of busy in the last couple of weeks, so I haven't really had a lot of time to really plan anything, but I'm hoping to have like something for the day or around the day, because yeah, we'll be going into my 5th year of streaming, so it'll be 4 years completed. But yeah, looking forward to it, especially since the last couple of anniversaries I missed being able to do anything for, just because I was also very busy during those ones, unfortunately. So I would really like this year's to be at least a thing. Anywho, as for the run itself today, let's see. We did basically all of Caelid with the one exception. We still have yet to beat the Blackblade Kindred that's over here, because he was giving me some trouble the other day and I got a little fed up with him, so I just kind of left. As far as all the like required bosses are concerned, if we're doing all bosses, everything in Limgrave and Liurnia are done. We still have Altus and Gelmir yet to do, of course. Not that I'll necessarily need to do them all in order by region or anything. That's just kind of how I was clearing these previous ones. But like I said, we can obviously save the Kindred for later. Although I kind of want to go back and give him another try. Just to see if I can make any headway. Because like one thing that kind of occurred to me that we could maybe want to try would be just to like switch up the equipment a little bit. I was using the Fire Scorpion Charm, but honestly that's kind of useless against him because I haven't really been able to make the Volcano Pots do much to him anyway, so we might not even really bother using the Volcano Pots or really any pots against him. Like, they're still useful, don't get me wrong, but we might be better off with either a different pot type and therefore a different Scorpion Charm, or just so that we don't take quite so much damage, maybe just don't use a Scorpion Charm in the first place. Because our damage negation is very low right now. And maybe if we take this off and possibly even just pop on a piece of armor, like, our damage is going to be lowered, don't get me wrong, but we might actually be able to survive a hit from the Blackblade Kindred, and that's frankly the thing that's kind of kept that fight from being won, is just that I keep getting one shot by him. Not entirely one shot, because usually, like, I've got my physic tier that can give me the opaline bubble tier that just gives me the bubble, allowing me to survive at least one attack, but if I get hit, like, again, I usually will just get one shot at that point. So yeah, maybe we go with something else. We could even... We have the Shield Talisman, don't we? The Shield Talisman might be the play here, because if we keep ourselves topped off, we'll still get the damage bonus of the Sword Talisman, but also, while we're at full HP, we should get a decent defense buff just by having it equipped. We would, like, if we were going to go, like, Magic Scorpion Charm, we'd probably get a little bit more damage out of our Crystal Darts. Probably not a ton. And then, obviously, if we switched to, like, Magic Pots, they would do a little bit better. But I'm thinking maybe we favor defense for this fight. And furthermore, we could also use, like, some boiled crab just to see if it'll work out. I don't want to put it there, though. We should put it, like, on our bar or something. Maybe even over the Exalted Flesh, since I'm not really getting a good chance to use it. Oops, I did not mean to use the Exalted Flesh, though. That's unfortunate. Let's just make a couple of those. Switch, please, to that. Alright, let's just go give it a try and see if we can make this work. It is early. I don't really feel like I'm in the zone yet, but I want to at least give him one more good old college try or two. Also, I apparently forgot to level up last time. I did do farming off stream like days ago, but I didn't really gain any XP, or sorry, runes. This is from after I killed the Godskin Apostle in the tower in Caelid. I must have just forgotten to level up. I think that is what occurred. Sorry, one second, just getting rid of my stream notification thingy. There we go. All good. Okay. So what do we want to put a level in? We should probably actually even just start getting a little bit more vigor. If nothing else, this little tiny bit might even help us. And I think we're probably going to want to go to like 40 vigor at least, just because we're trying to be like unarmored a lot for this run, so there's that. Is there anything else we need? I do have an idea. I kind of want to try gravity stones on this dude. I don't know how well they're going to work, but gravity stone fans, and maybe even some cuckoo glintstones. These are the ones we can make. We can't make the scrap, but I think we can buy some, or at least farm them if we need to. So we have some other options. Alright, sure. Let's give it a try. See what happens. Why not? Camera not doing me any favors there. Man, I kind of wish he would take fall damage from that just for the hell of it. That'd be kind of sick. Alright, where are we at? What are we doing here, buddy? This fucking lock-in is really killing me here. So that is something we are going to have to be careful of if we are using gravity stuff. They do use FP, so I need to be like a little watchful of that. Oh, we're out. AI broke for like a half a second there. Yo, Shadok, how's it going? Oh, that's some bullshit. So fucking delayed, man. Stay topped off. Get that shield buff. Just for the heck of it, let me redo this too, just so I make sure that I have it. In case it wore off already. Yep. Kind of figured that was coming. These things are a little on the slow side. Ooh. Come on, stop doing that shit. Hey, we got there, finally. Alright. Well, I'm glad that that guy is out of the way, at least. So that means all of Caelid is finally done, thankfully. I'm gonna put this back on. Thanks for the GGs. Blackblade Kindreds are a pain to fight normally. Yeah, typically, they're definitely one of my, like, least favorites, but it's not even specifically, like, their moveset. I don't normally find their moveset to be that bad, except for maybe that one having, like, the axe charge. I find, like, his leaping stab that follows up the axe charge sometimes, because you can follow up with 2 different attacks. But the thing that really makes them difficult to fight here, aside from just their ridiculously high damage scaling and stuff, is just the terrain. Like, fighting them on the stairs and the hill and everything, they do weird shit that they're not supposed to do. Like, they glitch out and just fucking wobble all over the place with their attacks, and it causes you to get hit by things you shouldn't be getting hit by when you roll them in the proper timing. Is Dragon Barrow even part of Caelid? I mean, as far as it being, like, a region, if you consider Caelid all one region, then yes. As far as, like, what the mapping considers, like how we handled it in the guide and all that kind of shit. Like Dragon Barrow is sort of a separate thing, but the entire region is still Caelid. Like Dragon Barrow is supposed to be part of Caelid. It's just, you know, it's got its own internal sub-region name. Basically, it's kind of the same situation as like Weeping Peninsula. Like it's technically part of Limgrave, even though it's like separated as its own named location. All right. I'm glad to have him out of the way at least. So that's everything in Caelid and Dragon Barrow done then. So let's remove all the markers again. And I feel a little bit better about having that guy done because he was just really a thorn in my side last time. I'm going to go buy some more knives and shit because we've used a bunch on this guy alone, not to mention a lot of stuff recently, so we'll buy at least a little bit of kukri, but we definitely are probably going to need some fan daggers because I think I used a bunch on him. It's unfortunate they're so expensive. Let's see, we have 80 and, well, basically 80 of each left over. Probably wouldn't hurt to get some extra throwing daggers. I should probably make some bone darts. I don't have any bones. Oh, no, wait, I do. I have enough to make some. I like to just have some in reserve at least, so. Okay. That's looking fine.
Trade again.
Give me, let's say, extra 60 kukri. Then we'll go and buy, say, another 60 throwing daggers, throwing knives, whatever. And then we'll spend the rest on fan daggers just because they're so pricey. I might even consume a few runes to get some more.
Always. Goodbye.
I always got to remind myself that Patches is in Volcano Manor now. I don't know what we're going to end up doing for Rykard. Rykard is like always kind of the bane of challenge runs for people who do them regularly just because he has so much HP. And also a number of other potentially annoying mechanics about that fight. Like Millennia is like a an overall harder boss, I would say, but not necessarily for the sake of challenge runs per se.
You hunted dice, sir? No, it's quite. I'll have some red.
Let's get like, we don't need that much. Just get me, let's say 100 extra. Save the rest towards contributing to another level or something.
Now you I am Lee. Now you I am Lee.
Okay, I think we need to rest. We can get the reward from Patches here. But the other thing is, like, I want to hold off on Rykard for a while anyways, because I don't want to complete this quest line here until I'm near the end of the game. Because, like, it's not like we'll lose access to Patches, but we have to run around and finish his quest line to get him back
Sharp. I was just holding. Here you go.
into Murkwater Cave. And I'd rather he was just here instead.
So, then I shall Drenal, recusant. Why not add? Well.
I can already say that, like, certain things about the Ash of War run, as much as, like, the lack of mobility made a lot of that run feel very difficult, certain things are definitely easier, as you would expect, than Consumables only, because, you know, I can just pick, like, an Ash of War that makes something like a Blackblade Kindred a little easier to tolerate, you know, that either allows me to tank through a lot of their shit a little easier, or, you know, I can dodge a little bit, still fairly frequently, but get in, like, relatively safe hits. Because the issue with Consumables only, especially with the armor that I've had to use, or lack thereof, and, you know, certain buff items just to get decent damage, is, like, I still don't do very much damage to the Blackblade Kindred, so they just take forever to fight, and I'm just very likely to die, as a result as well, so it's just, it's a lot, but I don't necessarily find them to be overly difficult to fight. It's just more that the one-shot nature of them makes them a lot more dangerous when, especially when their territory, or rather their terrain that you're trying to fight them in, is so wonky that causes them to kind of do like glitchy movements and stuff that cause you to get hit even when you've actually rolled something in the correct timing, or at least adequate timing. The lava field next to him and inflated health are real bummers. Yeah, it's the lava field is a big part of what makes him annoying for a lot of like challenge runs, especially if you're trying to do something where anything that would specifically prevent you from using the serpent hunter spear, like this run theoretically will. And obviously just I can keep my distance, so that's not as much of a problem. I probably wouldn't want to stay too far away from him, but we're gonna have to deal with just his very large health pool, and a lot of the time, especially in phase 1, he's gonna potentially, if I stay too far away in particular, he's likely to use his shovel attack that's like nigh impossible to dodge. It is actually dodgeable, but you know, I think typically you have to have light roll and you have to do it frame perfect. Like there's literally one frame that you can dodge that on and do it successfully, but it's exceptionally difficult to pull off if you're just trying to dodge roll it. I mean, it is possible to evade in certain circumstances, like without specifically just trying to roll through that attack, but even that's also really hard to do. Generally speaking, I always felt like that attack, they really meant for it to be jumpable, but for whatever reason they fucked that up. They made the hitbox way too high. So, you know, because certain things just make sense to try to jump instead of roll, and it would be fine if it was just like, oh well, you can't really roll this, but you can easily jump it. But yeah, they kind of fucked up one way or the other. That shovel attack that the snake does is fucking stupid. And yeah, the fire giant will also be rough, but I feel like in his case a lot of it's gonna be the just his overall HP pool. But at least he can be bled, and so can Rykard, thankfully. It's just gonna be a question of, am I gonna have enough bleeding for them? There is like one little trick you can do with this run, which is drop some items near a fog gate entering like at the entrance of a boss arena, and usually because of the pickup radius for items, you can usually, like, as long as you put them directly in front of the thing, you can therefore sort of get past the limited amount of items that you can carry by just like let's say I just drop like 30 kukri outside the boss fog. I can still have 30 kukri on me because that's the max carry amount, but then as soon as I run out of them, I can run over to the gate and grab the other 30 that are just sitting there, or however many piles I put down. The only limitation on that is you can only have 8 items on the ground at a time, or 8 item stacks, you know, to be more specific. So as long as it's stackable, that doesn't count against it, but like, you can only have 8 instances of a dropped item on the ground before it tries to start replacing them, which the game does warn you about, which is nice, but yeah, so there is like, it's not like infinite items that way. You can only have so much. There are ashes that still work without FP. Yeah, actually a lot of ashes still work without FP, just not super well. But yeah, I do just find like that run overall is more annoying in some ways and less annoying in others. I have much more reliable damage on a run like that, but I can't as easily evade and stuff, which, you know, would be fine if I'm just kind of like, I guess I'll wear heavier armor, but I often don't like doing that. Now, if I do get around to doing like a shields only run, whether I just decide to do it or if I make it some sort of an incentive thing for my stream anniversary, I'll probably be pretty defensive on that one because, you know, we will block, we will do counter hits, I will level vigor, and I will absolutely level the fuck out of endurance. because a lot of that run is going to be about just having high defense and just whittling things down. It's going to be a slow run. I don't know if it's going to be the most entertaining, but the idea is just to try to be a true tank sort of build if we go that route, and just try to pummel things to death over time with a shield, or shields plural. But I'll still be able to do things like parrying and stuff like that. I just can't like riposte with like a shield. But I can at least get like the damage increase while they're in the vulnerable, staggered or stance broken state. Yo, car guy, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. This one streamer I watched on her first time to right guard skipped all the cutscenes and missed the Serpent Hunter, but she was so late game that she face tanked him and killed him first time. Yeah. Radagons hate this one little trick. They do. They do. How much? How are you? I'm doing all right. It's been a busy couple of weeks. Still kind of recovering a little bit from the festivities of Charlie's stream anniversary, just because I didn't get a lot of sleep during it, but doing decently at least. Yeah, we're just back on the Consumables only run. I finally finished the stupid Blackblade Kindred over here. That was the last boss I needed in Kaled, or Dragon Barrow specifically. So all of these regions are now done. I just have the upper regions and, you know, Hallig Tree and Farum Azula and all that to finish. I guess technically I also need to do Moog at some point. I think everything else underground is done except for obviously the deeper depths I haven't done. But that'll be a little bit later. Anyway, let us continue. I'm going to ignore this guy for some time because we don't really need to worry about him. So in terms of what we've done, we've done the Shaded Castle. What else have we already defeated? We should probably just come into the Perfumer's Grotto to get it done. If we're going to do Altus next. Oh, I did do the Runestrewn Precipice, but I guess I was counting that as Liurnia, which, yeah, I did, so we don't need to remark that. What else? Did I kill the... Was that this run or the Ash of War run? I think it was the Ash of War run. Maybe I killed the Tree Sentinels here already, because I can't remember now if I killed them or not. Nope, they're still out there. Okay, that's kind of what I figured. So we've actually not done very much in here, have we? We have done... what's his face here? The Draconic Tree Sentinel. We did the Uritza Side Tomb. I know we finished that. Because I didn't have to do the boss there, but I just figured I would. And then I think... I don't know that I killed this Hermit Merchant. I think I... Or not Hermit Merchant, the Bell-Bearing Hunter. I think I have not killed him. The Margit that's over here is not technically a boss, so we can ignore him if we want. Yeah, I don't think I've really done much in Altus. We have a lot to do. We've got a lot to do. We did the Wyndham Catacombs. It's interesting because of the way the map gets like split up for the guide. We had to consider, I think, the Wyndham Catacombs as part of Mount Gelmir, technically, even though it's sort of in Altus. But we definitely count Wyndham Ruins as Altus. In this, I'm pretty sure I did the To Be a Mariner here, so he should be done. I'll double check to make sure, but I'm not going to start marking off Gelmir yet, but I can't remember. I think I might have killed, what's her name here? The Demi-Human Queen, Maggie, or whichever one she is. Anyway. So yeah, we've got a lot to do. Let me come over here. We don't need to worry about killing the, Lanciax dragon that shows up here, because again, the real kill will be over here. So we can just ignore that. Perfumer's Ruins doesn't have any boss in it, but the Unsightly Catacombs are down here. There's the sages. Cave is over here. Godefroy is down there. There's a Falling Star Beast right there. I'm going to quickly go to Perfumer's Grotto just to get it out of the way. I came here once looking to try to farm some Miranda powder off stream, and then kind of like I killed like a couple of perfumers that were here. But honestly, like the drop rate on it is not like super great. They always drop like 3 at a time, but it's not super consistent. I don't really like farming stuff that I have to kill off stream. I like just kind of doing like the grab it and go farm runs. Like that's fine. But yeah, I guess we can kill these guys. It's not a problem. God damn it. Stop blocking my shit. There you go. Tanky ass flowers. Alright, what do you got? Budding cave moss. There's some Miranda powder. That's actually from the Miranda blossom itself, the big flower. Alright, we're gonna need some of these, and just craft me... we shouldn't actually need any more, but just craft me this anyway. Got a boss fight coming up here. Certainly a lot of budding cave moss in this place. I guess if you want a regular farm for that stuff, this is a pretty good cave for it. Although there's honestly a couple of good places for it. But yeah, thankfully I don't really need a lot of Miranda powder. The main reason I wanted it originally was for aromatics, because a few things use it. But we're probably not going to worry too much about aromatics. If I do end up doing a shield run at some point, we'll probably want to get some perfume bottles, since buffs will be allowed in that run, like outside of shield buffs probably. Although mostly I can use certain like Ashes of War that are just on shields and stuff. But I'm thinking that we might end up wanting something like an Iron Jar aromatic for certain situations. Or a Blood Boil aromatic, just so we can actually do like a little bit of damage from time to time. Oh, right. I forgot you're still alive. Easy enough. Alright, there's nothing important over there. Let's head down this way, I guess. And if you really go out of your way to do everything in this game, they like and pick up everything. I always forget just how many like consumable runes you can come across in this. There's genuinely tons, and you can use them for quite a lot actually. Does blood boil affect pots or just daggers and such? It's physical damage. I think it does still affect certain consumables, but only the physical damage side of it. So obviously pots aren't really going to get much out of that, except for any of the ones that like do a little bit of damage when they hit, but then when they break open, they're always going to do some form of like elemental damage. So beyond that, I don't think they really do much. Just trying to think if there was any that somehow do physical damage, but I don't think any of them do. The swarm pots, I think, don't do damage directly, unlike swarm of flies. I think they just do bleed buildup. I could be wrong. Maybe they do a little bit of physical damage, in which case they would be okay, but it still wouldn't really be worth it in that regard. And then, let's see, rancor pots, I believe, are magic damage. Everything else is like some form of either status buildup or just elemental damage, I'm pretty sure. Or like the rare ones that are like beast lure and curse blood pots that don't really do any damage except for, again, like if you hit something directly with it, it does a little bit of physical damage, but it's extremely negligible. So nothing worth buffing about. All right, let's do this. Damn it, I was really trying to roll, but hello, I don't know where that roll went. Just fucking stood there. All right. Easy enough. Honestly, I feel like that's like the one variety of an example where you might actually decide to kill the flower before the omen killer in this fight, just because most of the time I feel like you're going to focus him down first and just try to ignore the flower, but in this particular case, it just helps to be able to throw some shit at the flower to keep it occupied, because especially since fire makes them freak out. And it dies quickly enough anyway. Okay, what next? Let's come back here and check on whether or not I actually killed the Tibia Mariner here like I think I did, and then also we should talk to Millicent while we're here. Have a little chit-chat. Oh, also, we did, I forgot, we did the Demi-Human Queen in the Lux Ruins, since we have the Ritual Sword Talisman. Obviously we killed her.
In truth, the Scarlet as such, though rather than realize I could have ate. Are you giving me? I think it might be it might be perhaps that.
All right, so she'll show up at the Windmill Village next. Not that we're going to summon her, but that's where she goes. We can also go talk to Gowry now. His quest line should update slightly after giving her the Valkyrie's prosthesis. So it would appear that he is dead, because he would just be swimming around right over here if he wasn't. So we did indeed take care of him already, so that's good. Really quickly, I want to just like go talk to Gowry. He shouldn't have anything that I want, but I just want to, I'm kind of just checking for my own reference. Because I think that might be when he makes pest threads available. I gotta like look and see again. Like you do the first couple of things that he wants you to do, and that makes sorcery studying available, I think, with him. And then later, after you do a particular thing, it's pest threads becomes available. I shouldn't say sorcery studying specifically, it's more just different stuff, but yeah, it's incantation. So he has pest threads now.
So, this is a thank you. Now, like her. The girl green. What a one. In truth, she might be.
But yeah, initially he just has these sorceries available, and then after you give him, it might not even be specifically when you do that. It might be, I might have like skipped a step, but like pest threads becomes available after a certain point. And you can even talk to him about it. I think we've kind of effectively skipped that dialogue, but he asks if you have any interest in like rot-based incantations, even though pest threads has nothing to do with that. I forget his exact dialogue, but it's kind of like something to do with that anyway. All right, let's come back over here. We should go do Godefroy next, I think. And at some point, I do want to head back down to the Lake of Rot to get the Rot Pot recipe, so we have it. Stuff like that should help with things like Rykard and Fire Giant. The problem, of course, being that, you know, we're going to have kind of a limited amount of them, so I have to be sort of sure that I'm likely to succeed before I start using them like crazy. It's not that we can't get by without them, but it's going to be harder if we can't use them at all. It makes sense that they would make sources of rot like a little bit harder to come by in this game, just given how powerful it is. I do wish, though, that, you know, seeing as how you can get it on weapons and stuff, that I feel like they just shouldn't have made it like, you know, such a sort of kind of finite resource when it comes to like Aeonian butterflies. I'm fine with them having rare materials, but because those rare materials can still be dropped by things, it's just that their farm rate is terrible, and that makes it like so that if you really want a consistent source of like rot or whatever, you're just putting it like you're just getting like the Anspur rapier or something like that, you know, which is fine. It does kind of like push you into using things in one direction though, because making arrows and making pots and shit like that, like, you only have so much. What? I can't believe that missed. All right. Those can bounce off there. We got to be a little careful of that. Stupid Stormcaller shit. What? Okay. Can you dodge, please? Thank you. Okay, so the first time I got hit, I had just thrown a throwing dagger at him thinking that it was going to get the kill, and it was a little bit off. So I was just like, oh, okay, I just need to throw one more. I got hit, no big deal. And then I pressed circle to dodge backwards his next attack, and my dude just was like, I feel like just standing here, I guess. So I just did nothing and took damage for whatever fucking reason. Them eating inputs, man. You know, it's just more, sometimes I get like genuinely surprised. I get annoyed most of the time, but like there's occasions where I'm just like, how did that even happen? Because like I clearly pressed the button when I was doing like literally nothing else. Like there shouldn't have even been the potential cause of an eaten input, like, you know, something overriding it somehow. Instead, my character just did nothing while I was doing nothing. Where is... oh, here we are. Ooh, that was lucky. I was like, I should not have attacked here. I'm gonna get hit, and I somehow staggered him out of it. I guess I like just hit him in the head. Fen daggers can be really fucking strong, though. Bye. Good old shared order. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna bother too much with like buff aromatics. We can always like store stuff if we need to, so I actually have a decent amount of Miranda powder. I just realized, so we can probably use these on occasion. I don't want to like use them often, but it's not bad. Okay, that's you done. Who's next? I guess while we're here, we should take care of the Falling Star Beast that's over there. I might just run up here and do like a little quit out though, just so that enemies don't follow me up to fight it, or while I'm fighting it. But yeah, I'm trying to think about like what we're gonna want really for Rykard and Fire Giant respectively, like because neither one of them are gonna be good candidates for volcano pots, just due to overall fire resistance and just amount of HP. So I feel like we might end up just using swarm pots against both of them for bleed damage, but we'll be only really getting the bleed out of it and not much else. So we can use frost pots on both of them for a little extra damage output, but yeah, we'll have to see. Oh, I should have rested. Shit. All right, hang on. Let me just backtrack and do that really quick. I was not even thinking about the fact that my physic was still active, because we're going to want that buff. Not necessarily the bubble, but the fire damage buff. So we should be able to get the Falling Star Beast to walk into that at least a little bit. depending on how this one feels, it'll give me a little bit of a gauge as to how difficult the one in Gelmir will likely be. The full ground gets some extra attacks that the others don't have, but they're still relatively the same fight. Oh, we're already active, okay. Except not really. We could have better damage. Saw that one coming, but I don't normally like fighting this guy on horseback. But I feel like I can actually hit his head a little bit more at this height, which is the main reason I'm doing it. I actually prefer just normally dodging his attacks rather than trying to do this. It's because the horse can kind of put you in a weird position at times, especially with that fucking charge. That attack is also, like, really fucking difficult to get out of the way of on a horse. This is probably the only thing that's really made all that much easier to deal with is, the gravity attacks. Alright, thanks for the free gravity items. I probably should have honestly used some against him, but... Alright, that's well and good. Oops, no, there we go. Alright, so you're done. We have the 2 tree sentinels here we could do. Is there anything else we'd rather do before them? I don't know. We're probably, like, just good enough to do this. The sealed tunnel I think we didn't finish, even though we've gone in there. I think we just grabbed the... Or did we? I don't know now. I might have gone and killed the guy. I kind of want to check really quick. I remember we went in here on stream, but it could have been also during the Ash of War run. Hopefully that's enough for a level. It is. Okay, let's just get a little bit more vigor for now. I'll at least go to 35 vigor. It feels kind of gross going to 40, to be honest, but we'll do it if we have to, if we're just getting one shot by too much shit with all the extra damage that we're taking from stuff. Might as well get this while we're here. prevents extra need for farming, I suppose. Okay. So yeah, it looks like we just came in here and grabbed this. I mean, I guess we can do this while we're here. It's not exactly the order I was really trying to go in or anything, but it doesn't really matter. All right. Done and done. Now, I guess the question is, will I remember to not kill the abductor virgin down here before it has a chance to break the statue? Because I've done that multiple times in recent history. I definitely remember us doing that on the Ash of War run. But he's just short enough that missed. Okay. Just went right over his head. Okay. Grab that. Definitely we want all the stone sword keys that we can get in the run just for unlocking everything that we need. Feel the need to unlock. We don't need to unlock every single stone sword key imp statue in the game or anything, because a lot of them are just for rewards, but anything that's like for a dungeon entrance we're gonna need. Alright, let's come down here and kill this guy, but let's get him to actually break the statue, if possible. Even though I don't really need the stones, but, you know, maybe I'll want to use this character in the future or something. Come on. I won't really need this for the boss, I just don't want to, like, fuck this up somehow. Sick. Volcano pots are actually pretty good at staggering these guys. Like, normally I would just use lightning pots on abductor virgins, but which are honestly even better at staggering them and also just doing a really big amount of damage, but especially when their core is exposed. But honestly, the consistent hits from volcano pots, for whatever reason, are pretty good at staggering them. Even though I feel like it's not that good at staggering most things, it's good at staggering them. And obviously, especially if they open their core while they're taking damage from a volcano pot, because that's just like extra hits to their vulnerable spot that makes them take extra stance damage, which is probably partly why they're good for it, but I don't know, they just seem like exceptionally good at it a lot of the time. Alright. Find a spot that allows me to not get blasted here. don't know why that one didn't aggro when I came past it. Weird. Alright, there's just the one left over here, plus the stone that I obviously don't need, but I'll pick up anyway. Alright, and it helps to remember that there's more of these guys at the bottom of this pit. Not that it's the end of the world if you don't remember that, but you just don't necessarily want to die there if you can avoid it. So I will come down this way, away from them, because if you land over there, if you end up with like the bent knees situation, you can potentially get hit before you have a chance to recover. And especially when it's like 4 of them blowing up at the same time, that can easily be a instant kill. Alright. Boss time. I did use my thingamajig, so, you know, just for the hell of it, give me one of these, just so we have a little bit of extra protection, because he should still hit kind of hard, so. Nice, in the face. No problem. Yeah, honestly, I would say, like, the consumables only run really, a lot of it is actually pretty easy, and then other parts of it are just very difficult. So it's just a lot of, like, I'd say, honestly, the majority of the game, once you get going, is pretty easy enough if you're at least, like, somewhat experienced with, Elden Ring and have a general understanding of kind of how the run should work, and then certain fights are just going to be an extreme pain in the ass. So it's like a handful of extremely tall peaks and then mostly valleys, but, you know, you kind of make it work. You don't really need to mark this. We still have to do the Moog fight, the sewer Moog fight, I mean. But Morga is obviously dead. So in terms of bosses, we're basically done with Landell until that, which that we can save for later if we feel like we don't have to clear all of Altus right now or anything. I just want to make sure that I'm clearing a handful of things as I go. But we aren't necessarily doing anything in a particular order here, so it's all fine. Alright, so let's see. We got everything there. I guess let's see about these tree sentinels. Hopefully they won't be like too much of a pain. They shouldn't be. The one with the shield can be annoying with thrown stuff, but I think the volcano pots should suffice for the most part, as long as we just kind of, you know, pick our timings to throw them well. Let's start with the torch one. And since we can separate them, we should be fine to get one, and then just get the attention of one, and then craft in between if we need to. What the fuck he's doing over there? I rolled that, sir. I don't know what you're talking about. I pressed the button. Alright, no problem. Let's get these back up, and okay, we're good. I wanted to save my shield for the other one. But our damage, even without it, is pretty good. This actually is probably a decent time for this, too. Definitely not when you should have tried to throw that, but it's alright. Whoa, buddy. That was a little bit awkward. Yeah, let's get you up on flat terrain where you don't do weird shit. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. That was a really bad time to have the butt scratch animation. Especially off of that attack. We are definitely going through our fan daggers pretty quickly here. I'm glad I bought a bunch, but we're probably going to need to buy more again soon. But they are getting to the point where I feel like, you know, just because our dex is actually at a decent level now that we can do, like, okay damage with them against bosses that aren't, like, insanely tanky. Okay. What's next? That's already several bosses down. Lanciax is going to probably be a little bit troublesome. The Black Knife Assassin that's in front of this hero's grave is not actually a boss, but... Or wait. Is it? Maybe it is. I could be misremembering. I think, actually, no. I feel like this one is... And the one in... Landell? The one in Landell definitely isn't, but maybe that one does have a boss health bar. I know it's the one that drops the Black Knife, which makes me think that it actually does. Writhe Blood Ruins, we've not done the dude for, so we could go there just to get rid of another kind of easy guy, I suppose, or hopefully easy guy. Sure. I don't foresee the Godskin Apostle at the Windmill Village being much of a problem. We've already killed the technically harder one in the Tower of in Caelid or / Dragon Barrow specifically, but We have no need to do Vare's quest line. I remember that came up before in conversation. I don't remember what specifically we talked about, but I think I had come through here to grab all the sacramental bud that was here because there's a bunch. Fucking Reduvia throwing piece of shit. Hey Anna, how's it going? Speaking of, look at that, it's just fucking sticking out of my right pec. Ouchie. How was your Monday so far, Anna? I hope you had a good time with Charlie's anniversary the other day. I'm sure you probably stayed up probably a little later than normal, so I hope that you weren't like too worn out afterwards. Okay, so you're done. There's no other bosses up here, just the apostle, which I guess we could just do really quick. Yeah, all right. Unless I did them already, but again, I think that was the Ash of War one, probably. Or was it this one? I remember I ran in here and AoE'd a whole bunch of these celebrants. Or, sorry, Dominula Dancers is their actual name. And I might have used this to do it, I forget, but it was just kind of fun because I've been in here enough times to like be like occasionally annoyed by like these enemies just because there's so many of them, but they're like fun to AoE down. I mean, obviously you can just ignore them because they don't really do anything to you if you do, but... but that's just satisfying, you know? Oops, okay. See, I have my I have my horse on triangle up, and every once in a while my brain decides to invert that, and then I use my physic by accident because it's on triangle down. Okay. You should be able to make this jump, please. Going pretty good, taking photos in Tears of the Kingdom, and now just standing around waiting for the good light. I know how that can be when it comes to taking screenshots for guides and stuff like that, although technically with the debug version I do at least have control over the time and weather, so that makes it a lot easier. Charlie's stream was super fun, though. Oh, nice. I'm glad that you had a good time. Staying up wasn't too bad. Sometimes I get lost in a game and go to bed even later than that. I gotcha. Well, as long as you were able to get some sleep, it's all good. I think I've more or less recovered. As much as I would have liked to have stayed up for the full, like, 24 hours like I had done in the past, like, I knew, especially since she was starting pretty late my time, I was just like, well, I'm gonna probably need to go to sleep beforehand just so I'm not dead the entire time, because I'll have like an entire day afterwards of this event to try to stay up for, so that was just not, that didn't sound smart to me. So instead I was just like, I'll go to bed. Like after she started, I was there for like a few hours, and I had participated in some of the early Elden Ring stuff, and then I went to bed for like maybe 3 hours, which is still not very much, but you know, I just knew that if I got at least some sleep, I would be in a better position. So overall, like the following day did not really feel too bad, although I definitely was very sleepy afterwards, after she had finally wrapped it up. I pretty much just went right to bed after like 20 minutes of winding down. Alright, I forgot I used my physic. Alright, I'm just gonna... we'll warp back and then we'll run up here. I don't really need to clear anything else. We'll just run up quickly. I don't know why I keep, like... As I come in, my dude keeps punching randomly, like after a warp. I don't know why that's happening. I want perfect pics for Compendium, and also there's a quest where you get pictures of specific things for different stables. I refuse to let them hang bad pictures. Yeah, that's fair. Just gonna do one thing as we come up here, just so these enemies don't try to like walk into the fight with us. There shouldn't really be anything over there that we need to grab that's important at this point, so let's just do a quick quit out, load back in, and we'll kill this guy. I'm not going to bother summoning Millicent for the fight. Shouldn't need her at all. Yeah, see right there, something is registering as pressing, because I didn't press a button just then. I don't know if my mouse is glitching, or if my keyboard is being weird. Or my controller. Doesn't seem like it is when I'm in game. It's just like something weird is occurring though in weird moments. Start out the fight behind him. Just because I like the terrain up here a little bit better than trying to fight on the narrow hill. I rolled that way too early. Do something that's a little bit easier to punish. That would have been fine, but... yeah, that works. Ooh, a good old Godskin peeler. And Nico, how's it going? Welcome in. Straight hands. How's it going? Yeah. Thanks for the GGs, Anna. All right. Have a little chat with Millicent here just to move her along.
It feels perhaps it is us. It is the. It is the.
Okay. It's all good now. Let's just throw this like there. That's fine. So we have a worm face to fight here. That's the only boss in the area there. The 2 tunnels we can do. The church here has Eleonora, which we'll probably want to fight as much as the NPC fights suck in this, but we're probably going to want the Purifying Crystal tier just to deal with Moog. Even though we won't necessarily need it. I don't know. I think we'll probably get it anyway. Let's go see about this worm face. Maybe Volcano Pots will be good against him. I don't really remember how decent fire damage is on them. I think I'm going to rune up a level here real quick, though. So we need about 3,000 more. Not even really that much, but... how to do it. I think, unless we're a little slightly off. Nope, we have just enough. Okay. I don't remember if I got the golden seed over here. I think that I did. We must... it doesn't really matter. We already have the maximum, whatchamacallits at this point anyway, flasks. I might stay on horseback for this one. This guy's multi-grab is extremely annoying. Thing. I'm just gonna grab like 4 times. It's not even like especially difficult to dodge, but the problem with it is like when you're fighting him in like on foot next to him, it can be hard to kind of discern the angle that like his grab is coming from. Just due to his size, I mean, well, and like therefore kind of be able to judge the timing properly. And when he just keeps spamming it on top of that, you're just like rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling. If you're unable to like judge the timing particularly well, you just kind of get caught out due to running out of stamina pretty much. Which obviously sucks a wee bit, so not the greatest. Okay. Well, we don't need the golden seed that's up there, whether we have it or not, so I'm gonna ignore that. I guess we'll come over here and do the tunnel a while. Should really have just kind of brought the elevator down. I don't know why that... I'm just so in the habit of, like, never riding the elevators down that, like, I just kind of forget sometimes when it's actually just not worth trying to go down the ledges at all. Definitely going to want rune arcs. That is another thing we should remember that we have in our back pocket if we do need more health, defense, etc. is that rune arcs are available, so they're just a another pretty finite resource, so sort of, again, you can farm them, but it's basically like farming humanity in Dark Souls 1, except honestly with a little bit of a worse drop rate, so definitely not exactly the best. I will say about these pots that it is really nice to be able to hit things from, like, another floor sometimes. I mean, you can do that with a lot of, like, weapon abilities, Ashes of War, etc. and stuff, too. It's not like it's unique to this, but it's just another thing that makes, like, doing this run not really very hard a lot of the time. At least for, like, trash clearing. Early on in the run, of course, like, you know, especially if I didn't want to do, like, off-stream farming, I would not really bother killing much of anything, but I felt like the run would kind of be boring if I just didn't kill things, except for bosses, and by doing it this way, like, I don't really feel like I'm missing out on runes all the time, you know, all that stuff. And, you know, it might not have been boring to watch necessarily, but, like, if, like, I don't know that I would have had as much fun with it if I was just saying, like, I'm only gonna fight bosses, or mostly only gonna fight bosses, because even then, like, especially due to the likely lack of runes that would cause, like, both from just killing less things and also probably dying to more things that I'm just trying to run by and then screw up. It would mean that a lot of those boss fights would probably not go especially well. And as a result, I probably wouldn't be especially interested in doing all bosses as a run. Alright, let's equip some of these again, because I know they should help a bit. Kind of wish they used a little less FP, but... course, that still hit me. Alright, no problem. Easy enough. Alright, that's another one down. So that's like the entire region up here, boss-wise. Because let's see, there's like the tower. Shouldn't be any more bosses up here. There's Lanciax up here, the Black Knife, the Hero's Grave. This church doesn't have anything specific in it, other than just that we can get stuff there. Kind of same with this church, except that we'd have to fight Eleonora there, who is not a boss, but we're going to want to fight her for the crystal anyway, so we'll probably go ahead and do that soon. What else? What else am I missing? I guess just this tunnel? Trying to think if I'm missing like a cave or anything. I mean, obviously there's like the Sage's Cave and the unsightly catacombs over here, but we still have to do those. This might be an occasion where we want the Sentry's Torch. Do I have the Sentry Torch yet? I just have Steel Wire and Ghost Flame. Sentry Torch might be useful if we're going to do the Sage's Cave, because we don't really need... It's fine to have a torch in our hand for this run, as long as we're not using it to hit anything with. And being able to see... being able to see the fucking Black Knife Assassin that's in the Sage's Cave would be kind of useful. Not like I can't use other AoEs, just kind of damage it anyway, but being able to actually see it is going to make that fight a lot less annoying anyways. I'm trying to think. I know the Beast Repellent Torch you get in Caelid. The Sentry's Torch. Is it the Hermit Merchant? Because I feel like you buy that one as well. I guess I can just come check. I feel like it's here.
Well, divorce.
Yes, okay. Give me that. And I don't need anything else from you right now, but I think we will... Since I don't think I have fought him, we might as well go ahead and fight the Bell-Bearing Hunter while we're here. Just to get it out of the way. I rolled. What the... Man, I swear to God, sometimes I'm just getting, like, the slowest fucking roll thing. I don't particularly like this arena very much. I'm trying... I should have just cleared the skeletons, but the thing I'm concerned about is rolling too far backwards and getting extra enemies. It's not that otherwise the terrain here is bad. It's just that I like keeping a bit of a distance from him so that he's more likely to use his quick combo, even though I fucked it up right there. Oh, you're not bled yet. Oh, shit. I don't want to be down here. Fuck. Yep. For that reason, precisely. Wait. We're not done fighting. Come back. Whoop. I'm not going to waste any more kukri on him because his bleed will have mostly worn off by now because of that lengthy detour of enemies. Excuse you? I don't know if I got caught on something. I'm not sure why I got hit there. That time I just misrolled it, but this fucking terrain is killing me, man. Alright. Definitely nowhere near still as bad as just fighting Elimer himself in that tiny little stupid room, but the Kaled one, honestly, despite being the strongest, I find the easiest to fight with this particular build. As a consolation, you could see the Skeleton Rocketeer move. That's always a pleasure. It's true. I guess we could show it off real quick. They didn't seem too keen to do it just then, but who wants to Rocket Man here? These particular variants are known as golden skeletons. Just, you can kind of, if you look closely at them, maybe not so closely you get smacked, but if you look close enough, you can see that their bones are kind of like gold colored. Look at him go. Whee! That was definitely a thing. Like, the first time I saw one of them do that, I was very surprised, because I thought he was, like, going into a weird T-pose, and he's just like, I must return to my people, you know, like, he just kind of fucking floated into the air really quick. So I was very confused as to what the fuck was happening. And then he started doing the Deathblade breath, and I was just like, oh, this is actually an attack. Well, that's not good. Like the poop, which is also gold colored. Yeah. I don't remember if there's a specific mention or significance as to why their bones are gold. I don't know that it has anything to do with them being dead folk who used to still have like the grace of gold, because that's more related to their eyes than their bones as far as anything that's mentioned. I'm sure there's some mention of it, but I honestly don't remember what. I shouldn't have crafted these. Let's make some holy pots and go fight the death bird that's up here, since I'm in the area. Even though we kind of detoured over here, I just kind of feel like doing these two bosses, and then we can go back to the Sage's Cave if we want. But I want something a little bit more challenging at the moment. So let's do Sword Chest. Alright, I always forget this. I gotta unequip these first so I can get rid of all of them. Actually, I should have some holy pots crafted, so I don't have to make that many, but I'll make a full stack. Or the remainder of a full stack here. that on there, and then is there anything I need? I guess we'll just want to swap this, and then let's put the holy tier on as well. Does Ensha's armor have any gold on the bones? I don't think so. I mean, it might be. It's kind of hard to tell in this light. I don't want to make it day right now. We can look again in a second. Okay. Please let me fucking do something, camera. I'd appreciate it. I hate how much these guys input read, like everything else in the game, but... Yo, Liz, what's up? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Howdy, howdy. Alright, are we out of combat? We're out of combat. Okay, cool. Let's mark this guy. So that's another boss down. There's no boss at this Erd tree. There's just a tier to pick up. And some unique, Death Servant commoners, along with a somewhat unique, Omen, but, no boss, really. No bosses here. There's a ulcerated tree spirit that's completely unnecessary for us to kill because it's not a boss. So we do have the hero's grave here, but we'll save that for in a bit. Let's come back and do some of the, like, less ridiculously hard areas. How's the run going? Pretty good, pretty good. It's still, you know, it's a little bit of a slow thing because I'm doing every single boss in the game with just consumables, but, or at least trying to. But it's been good. Definitely fun. Alright, let me switch this back so I don't forget. I think I'll just grab another level while I can. So we need about 12,000 more. That should theoretically be about enough. There we go. There's our 35 vigor now. Might stop there and level some more like strength or something. We'll get a little bit more damage out of some of our pots and stuff if we have a bit more strength. Although again, mostly it's dex, I think, that gives you the biggest benefit from most of your throwables. But we're already at 40 dex, so I don't know if we really need to go higher. If we end up with enough to go to like 50 dex in the long run, sure, but I don't want to like necessarily prioritize it too much. We could also level a little bit of mind or endurance or arcane or something, but I don't know that we need them that much. Arcane I could actually see being helpful, especially like later on, just because we might want it for the boost of proccing blood loss and things like that for things like Fire Giant or Rykard, but I'm not sure how much that actually affects swarm pots, to be honest. It does say it has arcane scaling, so it should actually affect it. So yeah, maybe we'll get like up to 20 arcane for the heck of it, just to make those fights hopefully more doable. Okay, well, with that done, let's come back over here. And we will do... I guess let's do the Sage's Cave first, since I just bought the torch. And we can go over and do the Unsightly Catacombs after that, which has another duo fight, but it shouldn't be too bad of one. All right, Sage's Cave. Definitely one of my like go-to places for one of the builds that I kept wanting to do for a long time, which was claws with jump attack based build, specifically getting like the raptor talons and the raptor's black feathers, you know, armor set from here just for the better jumps. Better jump damage, and then obviously claw talismans and all that. You know, actually, it might not have been a bad idea to bring holy pots into here, but, well. We are going to have to fight Necromancer Garrus, because even though he is an NPC, he is a boss, so it is one of those potentially annoying ones we're going to have to deal with, but he does stand still somewhat frequently when he's trying to do, you know, use the skill on his flail. Alright, good. They seem to have all died, except for you that are just standing there for whatever reason. I think the Raptor's Black Feathers set overall is definitely one of the like kind of cooler looking ones, even though it would be nice if it was like slightly more unique, just because the chest piece is technically just like the bandit torso piece. Bandit garb or whatever the hell it's called. I don't think I'm carrying it, so I can't look, but it's the same that the bandit gets. It just has, you know, the feathery cloak attached to it. Those mofos are annoying. I don't like... Giant skeletons can be really a pain in the ass. Honestly, they're not too bad here, though. It's mostly the ones in Farum Azula, like the beast variant, that's, like, rough, just because they also breathe fire and shit like that, so... And they also just do a really high amount of damage compared to most of the things in the area. Like, plenty of things in Farum Azula hit hard, but they're just, like, a little extra special. There's them Raptor Talons. Also, just as far as claw weapons go, I just think the Raptor Talons look kind of cool. Just very interesting. Alright, let's, I guess, fight Garrus and get him out of the way. And then if we feel like we need it. I guess I won't use my bubble for him. We'll save it for the assassin. I don't know what's going to really make the bigger difference here, but... we'll see. All right. Hopefully he'll cooperate. We could use like a crab meat or something, but this is just physical damage negation, which, I mean, it'll help against his melee attacks and any time like one of the little snails decides to roll into us or something, but I guess we'll use it. That's some bullshit. Okay. Weird delayed attack there. I feel like they've adjusted that hitbox now. It seems to hit from the side more than it used to. He is also spamming the fucking phantoms, like, okay, finally uses the family head stack. I was just like, when are you gonna do that shit? Because normally he loves spamming that attack and not so much the phantoms so much. But he's doing it like crazy. Yes, walk into it, you fool. Alright. So we still have our bubble. We have 6 heals. Not the greatest, but rather than trying to go all the way back to the beginning, let's just go fighter. Alright, game. Come on now. And she is really spamming that grab. I hate how fast that attack is sometimes. Like, it won't even interrupt your roll, but it'll just hit you anyway. If you're just slightly slow. Terrible time to heal. Okay. God damn it. Fucking input reading. What? Where'd my roll go? Okay. Whatever. It was like a really awful fight, but we got there anyway. All right, well, that's the cave done. Let's just go back here, and then we'll walk over to the unsightly catacombs and do that one then. I feel like most of the time Elden Ring doesn't, I don't know, I want to say it doesn't have input reading issues as bad as most of the, or no, sorry, not input reading, but dropped input issues as much as their other games do. But I don't know, lately I feel like I've been getting proved wrong, because it's been happening like a lot. I don't know if it's like a controller thing, you know, like specifically what controller you're using. Like, I feel like it happens somewhat frequently in Sekiro, but Sekiro also is a game where you're typically mashing, or, you know, even if you're not mashing, you're doing a lot of inputs in, like, pretty short time periods. I want to say Armored Core didn't really have too much of dropped inputs, but I could be misremembering times when it did. But I feel like I didn't have too much issue with dropped inputs there, so much as I would just kind of noticeably fuck up my own inputs, just because there's so many things you gotta, like, press together a lot of the time. Thanks, lock on. Don't think it's the controller, just Elden Ring in general, you mean? Like, I'd guess my curiosity is just, like, is there a likelihood of there being more dropped inputs on, like, a DualSense 5 compared to PS4 or the DualShock 4 or, like, an Xbox controller, but I don't know how you would determine such a thing, because, you know, you could do a lot of testing and still not be entirely sure about it, because it may just come down to whatever the fuck is going on in that moment. Like, it used to be, like, fairly easy to determine what would be the cause in something like Dark Souls 1, even, like, the remaster, or maybe it was, like, specifically the remaster, but oftentimes, like, if you were trying to block and then you'd go in to do, like, a dodge roll, that would have a high chance of causing an input issue, like a buffered input, not so much a dropped input. So you'd go to, like, block with, like, your L1, and then as you're blocking, you cancel into a roll, and then you want to trigger, you know, like an attack, but maybe you spammed roll and you hit roll twice. So, or you hit the button a couple of times is what I mean. And then you go to attack, but instead another roll comes out, even though you haven't been pressing the button for a while. You know, because the time it takes to actually do these inputs is rather quick. But yeah, you could honestly get that to happen fairly frequently in Dark Souls 1. Like, it was just a notable glitch that seemed to be, like, relatively easy to replicate with, when you were, like, holding your shield up. It's not like it would happen every time, but it was frequent enough to be able to determine, like, okay, well, this is one of those things that seems likely to drop. Or, sorry, cause you to have, like, a buffered input rather than a dropped input. As far as just otherwise dropped inputs, I don't know. Like, they definitely still happen in Dark Souls, but I'm not sure about specific actions that are likely to cause them as much as something like the buffered input issue. Okay. We've reached our dead end, and then normally as you come back out here, that guy would jump down to attack you. We just gotta come up here, and then we can drop into this if we want. Killing these guys is actually kind of unnecessary. They don't really attack you. I think they were supposed to, but they're another one of those like enemies that have like a weird broken or I think they might have one of those broken triggers where they're meant to have like a scripted thing that wakes them up or has them attack as soon as you do a particular thing that would flag that, but for whatever reason it just doesn't really happen. Probably because there's something else that's supposed to trigger them, but just it soft locks it instead. And obviously if you attack them, then, you know, they'll just go hostile, but... And I think, you know, in part it's because they're supposed to be sleeping, and I do wonder if, like, the sleep/dreams NPC would have had something you could get from them or some shit, but I feel like there was supposed to be something that would cause them to wake up aside from you just hitting them. Because half of them are corpses, they're not just, like, sleeping down there. Alright, we got this duo fight to deal with. I felt like I had rolled that adequately, but apparently not. Honestly, Misbegotten Warriors have some of the, like, most annoying, obnoxious combos in the game. It's because of how often they can, like, chain one attack into another that causes you to just not really be able to dodge a thing from one to the next unless you dodge in a specific direction. Like, if you dodge forward through some attacks, then you're fine because you can easily get out of the way of the follow-up, but then your instinct might be to dodge backwards, and then you just kind of screw yourself unintentionally. It doesn't make them unfair or anything. They're just annoying. Alright, so that's all done. We've got the tunnel left, and then I think that's all of the interior locations, unless I'm forgetting, like, a cave somewhere. I'll double check the map before we're, like, you know, done with Altus. And then, yeah, I'm not sure what we'll do after this. Maybe we'll go clear a bunch of Gelmir, but leave Rykard off for later, until I'm sure that, like, we've got a little bit better damage, or at least as much as we're gonna get. Fire Giant seems more doable, despite him also having, like, a bajillion fucking hit points. Moog is gonna be a pain in the ass. Sewer Moog is gonna be slightly less of a pain in the ass in the sense that he doesn't have a second phase, but he also has, like, a lot of resistances and hits very hard, and is in fact immune to status ailments, so we can't even really bleed him like we can the other one, so he'll just be kind of annoying overall. So there's still quite a bit yet to do. Yeah, let's go ahead and go do the Old Altus Tunnel while we're here, or Altus Tunnel, whichever one it is. Which one is this? Yeah, so Old Altus Tunnel. Let's go. But yeah, I'm not sure if I'll do, like, another, like, once this is done, I think I would like to probably return to the Ash of War run, just so that we've got, you know, that other run completed, since it was another one that I had on the table already. I'm not going to try to do, like, all bosses or anything in that one. I think once is enough for at least a little while. But yeah, I'm toying with the idea of, like, a shields only, like, high defense run. We'll just have to kind of wait and see how that one goes, because I might put that in as, like, an incentive for my anniversary if it feels like some sort of subathon sort of thing is actually worth it and warranted. I feel like sometimes it's a little harder to say about stuff like that with smaller channels. Ooh, nice. We didn't have any of those yet. But I'm also still trying to like figure out what I even want to do on my anniversary, and if it's even going to be specifically on the day of my stream anniversary, or if we'll just do it on some day right around there. Because I'm going to try not to worry too much about like if I have to get it done on the day in case something else comes up. Like, I'm going to be moving upstairs soon. I've got a lot of work going on right now. It's kind of just hard to like schedule certain things around other things. Oops. Interesting. Either that wasn't close enough. Huh. What if I hit it directly? Interesting that volcano pot AoEs don't actually ignite explosive barrels. That's kind of... I didn't know that. But yeah, I have some different ideas. Obviously, like some co-op stuff can come around again as well. Maybe if people aren't sick of it, we might do like some Lethal Company too, just because Lethal Company has been a lot of fun. Assuming that I can convince some folks to want to play it again. But yeah, it definitely won't be like a 24-hour thing. I've never done a 24-hour stream for like a subathon thing, and I don't really intend to start doing them now. Maybe someday in the future if I literally have like nothing else going on and, you know, feel like especially really good in terms of like my ability to be rested and, you know, get sleep and all that kind of shit like easily. If I'm not just like overworked and all that shit, it's just, you know, that's not where I'm at right now. So the idea of doing something like that to my body sounds really, really bad. Yeah, just try and climb, you bitch. I don't know why I thought there was a dog in here. I don't know if I can think of any suggestions except for maybe puppy cam if possible. Yeah, it'll depend on whether or not my roommate is around, or if anyone else is like here and doing stuff on the day, because like if it's just me, oh, it's this one where the dog is, right? Dogs plural. Yeah, if it's just me, he's pretty content mostly to kind of just chill in here, although he's been a little out of sorts lately just with everything going on a little bit differently. So, but yeah, if my roommate is also here and making noise around the house, he won't want to just like stay in this room with the door closed. He gets a little antsy. But yeah, so we'll see. You know, if I can potentially do puppy cam even for like a little bit, that would be fine. Like it doesn't need to be like an all day thing, obviously. So if I can make that happen, then I will. We'll just see how it goes. I'd like to set up my own camera. I realize I've never done like a face reveal on stream or even off stream, like a picture or anything. There's certain people who know what I look like, but that group is incredibly small. trying to remember if I ever, like, I'm not even sure if Marcus knows what I look like. I feel like I might have sent him a picture once upon a time. Obviously, I know what he looks like, but I don't recall, to be honest. He knows my name, but that's, I mean, to be fair, that's kind of sort of somewhat out there now, so I just don't repeat it super often, especially not on stream, but alright, oops, I forgot to flask here. So despite you having, like, the fire attack, this should still do okay damage to you. You can roar all you want, buddy. It's that good old fire attack. I feel like a lot of players just don't even know that that's a thing he can do. No doxing. Yeah, I prefer not to. You know, to dox myself or anything like that. It's not like people can't find some of my information if they really are fucking dedicated, but I don't know that it's like necessarily that hard. But, you know, I'm not super forthcoming about like exactly where I live. Certainly not going to give up my home address or anything. Because, you know, I'm not exactly a big streamer or anything, but that doesn't mean that there aren't some weird people on the internet who might want to do something weird, so I'd prefer to keep that potential to a minimum, especially since I don't live alone, and I don't want Daedra or anyone having to bear the brunt of any particular consequences of something like that, so I'm less concerned about myself in that regard. Just, you know, not to be like reckless about it, I just mean, you know, I don't want anyone else's stuff getting caught up in my bullshit is my point, so if some random weirdo on the internet decides to be a little fucking extra weird. Alright, well, I guess I'm angling towards the church, so I guess we'll just do that now, as much as I dislike fighting NPCs. Let's make sure I get these dogs out of the way in case this fight spills over into the outside area. Go. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Did I fuck up Ira's thing? I don't see. Maybe it's just been too long. Because I definitely did like other parts of his quest stuff, so. Yeah, do more of that. That makes you stand still for a hot second. Can the lock-on please just give me a hand here? Thank you. Camera just keeps going all over the fucking place. Alright, She was actually not at all bad, considering. But yeah, I thought we would find Yura here, but I think... oh, I know why he's not here. It's because we've already been to Mountaintops. Shrewberry's already there. Can't have two people in one body. Okay, so that part's done. Did I forget to mark anything from before? I don't think so. So we have the Hero's Grave, and we have Lanciax. Hero's Grave plus Black Knife Assassin, that is. I don't think I'm missing any nighttime bosses unless I'm forgetting a Knight's Cavalry somewhere, but I got this one. I can't think of another one that would be like in the area. So that feels like it's just these two that's left in Altus Prime. Autobots, roll out. And then we've got a handful of things to do in the capital outskirts, but not a lot there either. Because we already did the Deathbird. We did the Sealed Tunnel. There's no boss there. The Ulcerated Tree Spirit isn't a boss. We have the Aritza Hero's Grave, and I think that's actually it. So there's really not much left in Altus. Altus is a lot less, like, boss crazy than something like Kaled and Dragon Barrow. There was, like, a ton here. And even Liurnia, but Liurnia is also really big, so... Only reason my first name is displayed everywhere is because it's so damn common. Yeah, that's fair. Last name is pretty uncommon, though, so I'm not going to post it anywhere. Yeah, again, just better to be safe with that info. So the idea is that Eleonora and Yura were Dragon Communion peeps, and then Eleonora went blood crazy. I think that's right. I don't really ever think I paid a lot of attention to the lore of, like, Yura, specifically. I didn't really work on him as an NPC. Like, I knew the general steps of his quest and stuff, but I never, like, put a lot of thought into it, because I don't think I did any work with him. The ones that I did the most work on, mainly because I did them by myself, was Millicent and Gowry, and a handful of other ones. Millicent was, like, probably the biggest, like, amount of work, just because she had so many, like, different steps to her quest, and how they, like, intertwined with Gowry's, and, like, just different dialogue things that would happen at different points in time, as well as different outcomes for, you know, the end of the quest and stuff for both characters. I think I did Selen, or at least part of Selen's, because I might have done that with somebody. I don't recall. Because I remember working on Selen and Jaren's stuff. And yeah, like a bunch of, like, just random different ones. Hugh and Roderica, I'm pretty sure I did. Although most of Hugh is just dialogue points, or dialogue that comes up at different points. There's not really, like, a quest there. All right. Let's see. I guess I'm not really looking forward to it. I guess we'll go see about fighting Lanciax first, and then we can go to the Hero's Grave. Lanciax is probably going to be the hardest thing here, if I had to guess. Just because as far as dragons go, Lanciax is not exactly a pushover. And, you know, we should be okay with the Hero's Graves. Like, obviously the double Crucible Knight fight can be a little rough, but I don't think it'll be too bad. We'll see. It depends on what kind of RNG I get during that. To be fair, Smith is pretty uncommon in Sweden. Yeah, I would assume so. Alright, well, I don't really have a reason to fight this Elder Lion that's down here this time, so I'm just going to ignore him. Good riddance, to be honest, because Elder Lions are annoying. I don't really have a specific need for a larval tier from him, so... I think we got everything there. Okay. Just more runes. Not that we don't already have a ton, but it's always nice to be able to just kind of like squeeze out those extra levels whenever possible. And then I went past the grace, maybe. Yeah, there it is. I was gonna say, I thought it was further back. Also, apparently I lost a bunch of frames earlier. I had no idea. Sorry about that. I don't know when that happened. I haven't really been paying as much attention to it because lately my stuff's been pretty stable. It's always good when that's the case, but I should really stay in the habit of keeping an eye on that just in case. Trying to remember specifically what's over here. There's something that's like kinda good. I just don't remember what it is. Golden 6 is always nice, I guess. Trina's Lily will want, even if it's just the one. I swear there's like a more significant thing here, though. Maybe I'm thinking of a different spot. Unless you gotta kill one of these skeletons for it, but I thought there was like a spell or an Ash of War or something over here that I always forget about, and now I feel like I'm just misremembering. Thinking that there's something here when there isn't. No, whatever. We did get the grace, right? Yeah, okay, we did. Thank goodness. Let me get rid of this. I did not really consider what we're fighting this guy with. I guess we're just going to use what we have on us for now, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. We'll just try again with something else. Yeah, these are very much missing your head here. That still hit me, unfortunately. Where did that go? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's doing very little damage. I mean, it's not terrible damage. Okay. Thought I'd be out of the range of that, but apparently not. Honestly, this circle strat is working way better than it ought to. Get some stamina back. I really don't ever fight Lanciacs on horseback as much as I like fighting the other dragons on horseback. Alright, that was actually way easier than I thought it was going to be. We definitely took some unfortunate hits, but we didn't get one shot at least, so that's something. Okie dokie. No problem, I guess. Just craft these up before I forget. Excuse me, I'm just gonna Zoidberg through here and grab that. Don't mind me. This is stupid fucking ram. I don't know if we'll use it for a lengthy bit of area or anything, but I probably will use the lightning ram at some point in our Ash of War only run just for fun. It's just that it's like, it's kind of a hard one to use like as a dedicated one because, you know. Rear. Yes, every time these guys with their rear. I don't know why foot soldiers in this game sound like angry cats sometimes, but more like land sucks. Okay. All right. So that's done. I'm gonna quickly come back here. I think I'm gonna take like a really fast restroom break before we go do the Hero's Grave and the Black Knife Assassin that's over here. Let me level up a while though. Can do that too. Level up. I think I'm gonna be okay with 35 vigor for the moment, so let's hold off on taking that to 40. We probably will take it to 40 eventually, but just not yet. I don't think we need extra mind. We can always allocate an extra blue if we really need it. Maybe later we'll want it, but right now I think we need to keep squeezing whatever damage we can out of here. Maybe it's time we start getting a little bit more arcane. I'd at least like to get this to 15 just to maybe help proc bleed a little faster on some of the big HP bosses. Let's try to get it to 20, as much as this is giving us no real damage benefit. But I think it's going to be necessary. Anyways, yeah, I will be back in just a minute, guys. I'm just going to go deal with that. Also, it's like suddenly getting very warm in this room. I think we had the heat cranked up pretty high because it's like very cold here today, so... Although it has at least warmed up a little bit, so... Anyways, I will be back in just a minute. All right, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Let us continue. Actually, how are we doing on resources here? 723 volcanic stones, still pretty good. We have been taking a lot of crystal darts out of storage, but we still have 308 in there, plus an extra 633 crack crystal on us, which is a lot. Because that's over 1,000 darts craft-wise, so that should be fine. Probably for the rest of stream, unless I get stuck on something. Waste a ton of them. Thanks for the welcome back. Alright, I guess let's kill the Black Knife Assassin here. Let's get our stamina back here. Shit. Okay. I fucked up the roll timing there, but thankfully having fast roll saved us from getting hit by that. Yeah, this build makes Black Knife Assassins not really too troublesome. As long as you don't spam, because they're just going to dodge. Oh. We occasionally get nice little headshots for free in here. And thankfully they're not overly difficult to interrupt with throwables. Teleporting again? Or you just RP walking? You're teleporting. Alright. Easy peasy. I really ought to be using gold pickled Foulfoot more often, but I don't know. I'm not really a big fan of like trying to like squeeze out extra runes that way, even though it would be efficient to do. Whee. Time for Fallout dailies. Alright, alright. I hope that they go by well. Enjoy your time. I like Fallout 76, but right now I want to play Tears of the Kingdom. At the same time, I want the daily Fallout 76 rewards, so I just log in and do those things. Yeah, no, that's very fair. Yeah, I had said before, but I find that to be very typical of most like MMORPG endgames. Is usually just lots of dailies, and you know, sometimes they feel like they're worth the reward, at least while you're regularly playing. We definitely didn't need that. I couldn't remember. I knew it was a talisman in there. I just couldn't remember which one. How many stone sword keys do we have left? I know we got some recently. Okay, we're down to 5, so we gotta definitely try to make those count. For anything in particular that we might want. Let's see, over there we've got Revenants and a Royal Revenant under the stairs that we have no need of any of the items over there for, so we'll just ignore those. Go deal with these guys instead. Probably gonna need a lot of these here. Come and get me. Alright, so when they're aggroed, we know that 4 is basically what it's going to take to kill them. 4 crystal darts, that is. Get each other. What the fuck? Okay, finally. But yeah, like, I don't know. Once upon a time, back when I played, like, World of Warcraft regularly, I found, like, the dailies to be, like, worth it at least some of the time, but definitely not, like, super long-term. It depended on, like, the expansion, of course, but... Because, yeah, for me, it's in part, though, because when I got especially into it, I had played WoW, like, off and on at different points in time over the years. I played in vanilla when it first came out, like towards the end of when it, its life cycle before the first expansion, because I didn't hop on it right when it first came out. But I still played a character, I think up to 60 before the expansion came out. And then that was all like on Alliance, I want to say. And then when the first expansion came out, so Burning Crusade, I switched to Horde, which I ended up liking a lot better. But at least for a while, like I found a guild like pretty early on, but like I didn't end up making it to the end game stuff until much later, like after I had taken a break and kind of quit playing for a while, because I was way ahead of everyone, like just because at that time I had a lot more free time on my hands, so I would just play a lot. And eventually I got right up to the point where I was like a couple levels off of going to Outland, but back then solo content was a lot harder. Like towards the end of like the vanilla content in the expansion, it was much harder to get yourself to level like 56 or whatever it is, or 58, whatever it was that you needed to be at the time to get to Outland. Because like a lot of the top end or like later area quests, like you had to do in groups. And because I largely liked playing solo, I, just had tons of quests I just couldn't do. And some of those I still managed to do by myself because I was playing as a rogue and I could kind of abuse like certain abilities to kind of make stuff work, to go like kill a particular target in a tough dungeon or something. If I was like really careful with my stealth abilities and shit, and then just use like specific things. But the point was I was like ahead of everyone. So then I had to kind of wait for other people to catch up. And I was like, hey, I've got some group quests. Then once you guys kind of get caught up to me a little bit, then we can go do, and then I'll be able to go to Outland too. But then for whatever reason, like the people who were in the guild who were happy to help most of the time, like they just kind of started doing stuff on their own with their own little groups. And then I kept asking, I was like, hey, is anyone going to be around to help me with this? And then nobody ever had time. So eventually I was just like, I'm kind of just stuck. And I can't really get to Outland quickly because I still need like 1 or 2 levels worth of experience. But at that point, like the XP rewards for just killing things was extremely low. Like you really needed to do quests to get there quickly. And I just kind of got fed up with like trying to grind shit just to get there. So I just stopped playing for like several months, probably more like a year and a half or 2. I don't remember how long it was, but it was before the next expansion came out that I started playing again, and by then I went back on Alliance because I was introducing someone else to the game, and they wanted to play on Alliance, so I just made an Alliance character, and I wasn't really intending to get back into the game, but then we found another guild, and it was a lot more friendly, despite being on Alliance, and it was just a decent Alliance server, I guess. And then I played with them for like a long ass time. But at that point in time, I also like was dating somebody. So the only reason I even like stuck with the game as long as I did was because my girlfriend at the time was like super into WoW. So we used to just play together a lot. And I feel like that always makes kind of like a big difference. Is like when you just have like someone that you're wanting to play with often. And we were kind of long distance. So it was like a way for us to regularly hang out with one another. It feels like I'm making these guys duel sometimes. It's just funny. But yeah, I think if I hadn't been dating someone at the time, I probably would have like lost interest in WoW a little bit faster, especially because like the last expansion I really kind of liked a fair bit was Wrath of the Lich King, which I didn't even really like quite as much as Burning Crusade, but Lich King at least still held a lot of the stuff from like the lore of the previous games, especially Warcraft 3, that I was like interested in seeing how it would like continue. So I had like some sort of vested interest at the time because of that. But definitely like as time went on, I was really getting kind of over it. And then when Cataclysm came out, I really hated the changes that they had made to a lot of things. And I still stuck with it for as long as I could, but I was really like not liking the end game content for Cataclysm at all. And would have definitely bailed on it, potentially even before I had gotten to that point. If it weren't for the fact that, again, that I was dating someone who wanted to play. But eventually, like, I convinced her to be like, hey, can we just, like, do something else? we can hang out in other ways, rather than specifically this game. It doesn't even have to be gaming. We can do other shit. Oh shit, I forgot you're here. Fuck that guy. I'm stuck in combat because of the putrid corpses, so... Alright, well, whatever. I've cut it down to only do daily quests with the characters that are missing for me, essential stuff that can be bought with the bullion treasury notes that those quests reward. That's 2 characters right now, and one of them will have everything after today, I think. Other than that, I just do the score challenges for scoreboard rewards. Gotcha. I used to play WoW a bit in the early days. I tried a rogue first, then switched to hunter. I only got to level 25, though, and then I got bored. Just something about the classic MMO combat that is just not for me. Played ESO for a while, too, but it's similar combat, so I got bored. Yeah, I never really got into ESO. I have multiple friends who I think still play it, and some of whom like kept trying to convince me to join, like a lot. But I always have to turn them down because I'm just not really interested. I don't think it's specifically a bad game either. It's just not what I want to play. Especially MMOs, just as they are right now, like, they're just such a huge time commitment that I just don't, frankly, have time for unless I want to, like, give up streaming, which I don't. Not sure why this guy's aggro has completely reset. Normally he won't back off that heavily. we got where we needed to go. Just got some dudes down here to run by real quick. Just a couple of duders. 14 will probably be enough for this, so I think we'll be okay. Used to hang out with Sis in games, but she's not playing right now because her job's wearing her down too much. Yeah, gotcha. It's definitely not the greatest. Damn it, I knew that was going to ruin my shield immediately. It's kind of hard not to have that happen. I think I hit him in the head with that. I felt like I was being slow, but I actually like timed that really well to just headshot him with it. Not that I needed it, but... Alright, that's another one down. Look at how far this fucking dungeon stretches. All the way over here. Okay, I need to put this a little further in front so it doesn't get removed. There we go. Okay, and then also one for Lanciax. Maybe not there, like it's more like there, technically. Not that that really is that important, but... Okay, so that should be Altus done, boss-wise, unless I'm forgetting something, which I will double-check now. I mean, main Altus, not capital outskirts. Let me give it a quick little look-see here. Elden Ring map. Nope, that is definitely not what I wanted. I hate looking this shit up on my phone. I should just use my computer. It was just being buggy the last time I did. Alright, let's see. We got all of those. That one, yes. Altus Tunnel. Yes, all of that is good. Right. Oh, okay. Yeah, as far as I can tell, I think I've gotten everything. Just double checking it now, but... It's definitely... I didn't forget any caves or anything, so we're good there. Yeah. So sealed tunnel we did. What the fuck? Why do they mark that giant golem as a fucking boss? Stupid Fextra life. Valiant gargoyle that's there is not a boss. Neither is Margit. We got both the nighttime bosses there. We got the Dracona Tree Sentinel. So it's just Uritza Hero's grave. And then other than Suramog, that's literally it. We've done everything else. Alright. Yes. You know, not that we can't kill this Valiant Gargoyle or Margit, but there's not really a huge reason to other than just getting runes, because I don't care about the rewards at all. So, yeah. Let's, I guess, head to the hero's grave. Yucky. But yeah, we just have the duo, the Crucible Knight duo to do. And then I guess we could try doing Suramog. We already have him, like, teed up, thankfully. I don't have to, like, go through the entire subterranean shunning grounds again. Because I had already gotten to the bottom. And I don't really care about anything else that's there, to be honest. So we can just go right to him. I don't really I don't think I need anything else from there. Could get the rune bear to break that, I guess. I'm not going to worry about it. Let me in. Are there any cliff lilies over here? There is... No, that's just an Altus bloom. I'm not sure what we're going to want to do for the Crucible Knight duo. Crucible Knights have historically been somewhat of a challenge on this run. Not crazy. The only one that really gave me a hard time was the one Spear Crucible Knight in Upper Siofra. Because that one just was like scaled very high and I kept getting one shot. More specifically, I kept fucking up any sort of an evade for the shoulder, the crucible aspects of the crucible horn ability. I guess we'll just go ahead and use a stone sword key here. It's not like we can't buy more if we need more. Yeah, you make clouds, I make clouds. How do you like it? It's not very nice, is it? There's that golden epitaph, should we ever decide we want it. Although, to be honest, we've killed most of the deathbird things that we'd want to use it on, with the exception of the consecrated snowfield one. And I don't think we did the one in mountaintops either. But that's basically all that's left in that regard. Ah, this dungeon. Such fun. You know, I might use Margit's Shackle while we're here. Just to get the easy chariot kill, because they're fucking annoying as hell to deal with. I'm gonna do that though. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna quit out just to get rid of all these basilisks on my tail. Then I just want to make it down to where... I mean, you can do this from a lot of different spots in the dungeon, but... yeah, you can... The thing of it is like... So the idea is you just need to hit that... You specifically just need to hit the statue pillar trap thingy. Ow. But you can trigger that with Margit's Shackle. Or Moog's Shackle. Any shackle will work. Oh, fuck off. Really? I'm so surprised he didn't get hit by anything. Come on. So basically, here should work, or I might have to step forward a little, but... we just need the statue pillar to raise up over there. Let's see if we can make this work here. There we go. So basically the thing is just that the shackles just have such a ridiculously huge hitbox, like they're insanely large. Okay, there we go. I was like, why are you not dead yet? Alright, well that's you dealt with anyway. Now they shouldn't respawn. The only one I'm unsure of is the one that's down below where that is. I'm not sure if that one breaks at all. Normally you have to like rest again to kind of get it to like fully go away, but it might not be necessary, so we'll see here. All right, let's go ahead and jump down anywho, just to get this done. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure even why they made the Margit, well, both shackles like have such a ridiculously big hitbox. I guess they wanted to make sure that they worked in a specific way against any of the bosses that they work against, but yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say there's like another use for them too. Oh yeah, you can use them to like break certain illusions and stuff too. I don't remember if it works on every illusory wall in the game. But again, it's just one of those things where it's like it's counted as you sort of like hitting something whilst not actually having to like really attack. It just sort of has like such a big hitbox and it doesn't do any damage, of course, but just kind of weird that way. Get that sweatpants booty cam. All that for some Grave Violet. Let's go back down. Although, yeah, no, I do need to. There's still stuff to do down here that I need to do. I don't necessarily have to go out of my way to get the... Actually, no, we can just go up there. I always forget that there's no... Whatever, we can look while we're down here just for the hell of it. I want to know, for confirmation's sake, if the other chariot is already dead or if it... Because I want to say it doesn't respawn or it does die when the other ones do, but sometimes you have to, like, rest before it'll work. Doesn't appear to be here. Yep, there's the thing. So what makes this so dangerous? Like, obviously you've got all of the chariots to deal with, right? So just getting down here in and of itself is rough, but then once you actually smack this pillar to get rid of them manually, You often, like, it often doesn't trigger their deaths properly unless you get back up there, so sometimes you have to, like, make your way back up, and potentially rest in order to make that happen. Which, of course, you could use, like, a Grace Mimic, or not a Grace Mimic, but the whatchamacallit item that just works like a Homeward Bone, or rather the, Memory of Grace, that's what it's called. Works like the Dark Sign, makes you lose all your runes, but you get to go back. But anyway, so what's otherwise dangerous about that is just that as soon as you use, or as soon as you hit that pillar, then the fire changes and starts shooting out the entrance, which means you then have to time the fire along with the chariot as well, which just makes it getting out of here safely really a really difficult proposition. What'd you drop? Smoldering Butterfly. I've kind of graduated from them. I don't really make fire pots much anymore these days. But I'll take it. I appreciate it anyway. But yeah, down here is this stupid fucking omen with the Crucible Scale, is it? Talisman? Another thing that I most definitely don't need, but oh yeah, that's right. He's one of the Death Servant variety. There's only a couple of these in the game. So you can cast Fia's Mist. There's him, and then there's one up above outside the Erd Tree over here. That might be it, unless I'm forgetting a third one, but Crucible Feather, that's it. The roly one. Alright, now for the difficult part. You don't have to find a lever for this dungeon, you just have to make it past everything and open the doors. And the final the final chariot being kind of in your way is certainly annoying for that. Let's see, what if we just use this again? I don't think there's anything there. Okay. I was gonna say, I was like, I don't remember there being anything. I guess the only other thing is there's an item that I didn't grab back here. I don't think it's anything important, but I'll just go quickly grab it anyway. And then we'll be done with this dungeon aside from the boss fight. I don't feel like we need to go rest or anything. We should be fine to just do it. But thankfully, because chariots don't respawn, it's not like you have to worry too much. If you want to, like, run back through here, you just want to, like, avoid the skellies, and that's about it. I want to say maybe 2 heroes' graves in the game have doors you can just open manually. The rest, like every other dungeon, you have to like find a lever for. Alright, sorry. I had to mute for a second there. I was being delivered a puppy dog. Hey, Cisco. But yes, I was... most of the time I just kind of run by these guys, actually, but... I figured for the hell of it, we just kill them so that we didn't get sniped at all. Alright, let's go ahead and top this off. We've got a decent amount of everything, I think. We'll just go ahead and use what we've got. I wouldn't mind leveling before we go in, but... just gonna ignore that, I think. Let's just give it a try. That was an unfortunate, like, throw that did basically nothing. Kind of want to focus one down here. I don't mind them taking a little bit of damage together, but we don't want both of them transforming in the middle of the fight. Preferably. Our damage is not bad. What? I think I accidentally, like, held onto circle for, like, a hot second. I was trying to roll, and I just sort of didn't. I don't know quite what happened. I'm surprised I didn't take a hit there, actually. Shield me. Okay. Almost flawless, which is nice. If I hadn't fucked up my roll that one time, we would have definitely done that hitless. It's a good feeling. Even though, you know, obviously this build makes that a little easier when you don't have to close into melee, so... yeah, let's go ahead and craft these. Save some of our ones from storage. Alright, so that's that done. All we have really now is Moog. I'm pretty sure. Shouldn't be any other bosses, so yeah, let's, I guess we'll give him a try. I don't know how well this is going to go, but we will at least give it a try. We'll definitely level up first, though. We don't really have to worry about the arcane for this level, but, you know, it doesn't really matter too much that it's low still. I'm still going to put the point there anyway, but it's not going to do much for us. So I guess we might want to switch things up because he's somewhat resistant to fire, I want to say. Hang on, let me look up Sewer Mode because I forget what his resistances are like. Moog the Omen. Yeah, so he's more resistant to fire because he's immune to all status effects. We can't use bleed on him, so it's basically all physical damage. So that doesn't mean that we can't use the volcano pots, but we might want to craft something else just for the hell of it, that he's less weak or less resistant to. Alternatively, if we don't care about maximizing damage from some other thing like lightning or magic, we could just go with the shield charm again just to increase our odds of survivability, which might be better. Perfumer's Talisman's not going to do a lot for us in this instance, so I feel like, yeah, it's either that or we're using like magic pots against him, and I don't think they're going to do crazy good damage or anything. Let's give that a go and see how we feel. I feel like he's going to hit pretty hard. And then we're going to want both buffs available, so let's put... You don't really need that on, but let's swap this out for the boiled crab, of which I should probably buy some more for the future. We can do it after. And then let's... I guess we'll just keep these equipped. I'm probably not really going to bother using them. Frost pots aren't going to do anything. And I guess in which case we should unequip them just so that they're not in the bar. Is there anything else that we might want to throw on there, though? We have basically all the physical shit that we would want. Gravity stones will still do something to him, so... Maybe some explosive stones for once. Although, hang on. Do those count? They are technically fire damage, so those aren't going to do much. Yeah, let's just put some gravity stone fans on there for the hell of it. That'll probably be it for now. And then as for our physic, I guess just give me the defense. The only thing I'm unsure of, and I realize we also don't have the, I gotta find the, I think it's the thorny tier, I forget, that's like the consecutive attacks boost one. Stuff like that and the wing spear, or not wing spear, the winged sword talisman might affect our damage. Let's put this on and see what our damage is like, and if it's not good, then we can try finding other potential ways to maximize it, I guess. Kukri, you're not going to be especially good. We'll just start with the crystal darts. Oh, right. I forgot. There's also the, Kaled, or not Kaled, there's the catacombs here as well. The, Landell catacombs. We still need to do those, so we'll do that after this. Alrighty. Here goes nothing. That was a terrible roll. I knew it as soon as I pressed the button. Okay, I thought I rolled that in time, but apparently not. Ah, fucking buffered roll. Come on, dude. I was trying to wait for that one, and the roll just came out as soon as my dude stopped being staggered. Because I was trying to just move to the left, and the roll just came out instead. Alright, we just gotta time shit better, that's fine. Our damage with fan daggers is not terrible, at least. It's not great. But yeah, I don't even know, like, when it comes to things like those talismans and stuff, how great they're gonna be. Because I can't really spam them much. We have to, like, be able to dodge fairly frequently. Some of these probably don't even stack, and I probably don't really need to be using them to this degree. Where's my runes? There they are. What? I swear to God, I'm getting some fucking dropped inputs, man. I know I pressed the button on that one. Oh, okay. That one I rolled too early. That one's actually on me for once. Motherfucker, can you chill with that shit? Oh, nothing else. This should hopefully give us some decent practice for regular Moog in terms of dodging his shit better. Because I am a little out of practice, admittedly. Oops. Fucking pillar. It's time to roll again. I rolled, man. What the fuck is that hitbox timing? What? Oh, I was out of stamina. Okay. Motherfucker was causing me to spam so much that I actually ran out. Man, I really hate topping off like that when there's, like, no damage to heal. Alright, I gotta see what this is like. Okay, unfortunate timing. It's okay damage. I mean, it's damage. Why do I keep fucking up that timing, dude? Yep. Oh my god, just let me fucking roll, please. He's just wasting my shit. I'm down to one more heal. So this is probably not going to be the one, because I keep fucking up the roll timings on shit. Just going to top off. That's our last heal. What? Is it because I got stuck? That really didn't seem like it should have hit me. My biggest issue with Moog in terms of his moveset is just that he is very... he has very stupid fucking roll catch attacks, like everything... Yep. Okay, can you just stop landing in the fire? Shouldn't have thrown. Alright. Well, I misplayed a bunch of shit there, but I also just felt gypped on, like, at least 3 attacks. I got stuck on like no less than 2 or 3 things in that fight that caused me to take a hit because I was not outspaced. But furthermore, some of his attacks just feel like bullshit just because, you know, he just has this stupid tendency to occasionally do like really quick attacks that you have to dodge as soon as he goes for them. And then the rest are just like, well, you know, if I feel like it, I'll do like a regular big sweeping attack, but here comes the wind up and it looks like I'm letting loose, but the travel time of this is extended in such a way just to make you roll into the hit rather than actually, and I don't mean space-wise, but it's one of those, I've mentioned this before, how like certain enemies have like these really delayed sweepy attacks, so like the attack itself isn't that slow, but the swing, you know, of like the actual arc is slower than you think it is, which makes you roll when you see it coming forward, but then you're actually rolling at exactly the wrong time, so you just get roll caught, and it just makes them really hard to sight read. I'm just going to use this for the moment. Some of these buffs I'm pretty sure aren't even stacking. Like that arc attack that he does right there is one example of exactly what I'm talking about. That right there, another perfect example, because I felt like I rolled it, but I apparently didn't, because the sweep just, it's got that extra length on it. To the animation itself, not the reach. I mean, he's got some insane reach too, but that particular thrusting stab is a little bit of a pain in the ass as well. It's another one of those ones that comes out way faster than you expect. But yeah, you can see how he's got like a few that are just kind of quick, and some that look fast enough, but or look like a more normal attack, but they're slower to actually hit you. See, like those two right there, very quick attacks. That thing, quite slow. But it doesn't look slow. It's his actual wind-up for it is very fast. Just the speed of the swing itself is very slow, which is confusing. Should not have done that. Fuck. What? I rolled. Fuck off. There's supposed to be a fucking heal there. Of course. Fuck you. Jesus Christ. somehow rolled into that. Yep, that one I mistimed and I felt it, but... All right. Wow, we've already run out of like all of our fan daggers. We have exactly one stack left. We're gonna need to go buy more. Alright, let's level up quick. I don't really care about anything that's down here in the Frenzied Flame prescription. I mean, we might finish Hiatus Quest just for the hell of it, but I also don't need anything down there, so... we'll see. Alright, let's go buy more fan daggers with what we have. Should take a look at my stores of others too, because we did use a fair bit of regular throwing knives. I didn't really use Kukri, but mainly just because they actually hit for plenty of physical damage, but I just didn't really want to waste them on something that can't really bleed. Yeah, maybe we'll buy a little bit of everything again. Starting with a whole bunch of these. So I find that we're needing them a lot more right at the moment. So let's buy like 160, let's say. Gives us 200.
Cheers for that.
All right, well that, oh wait, right, we're still not done. We have to do Landell Catacombs, but then we're done with Altus.
Trade again.
Say 60 of those is probably more than enough. And what we have left we can just buy regular knives with, which won't be a lot, but we don't normally need to use them quite so much. We just did there because we weren't really going to get much damage out of non-physical types.
Always a pleasure.
69. Nice. Alright. That'll do just fine. Alright, so now the Landell Catacombs, we need to go back to the Underground Roadside for. And then, let me think about this. The easiest way to get there, yeah. I guess we do want Moog's Shackle. I didn't even really think about using that in the fight. I don't know. I might try to do the rest of this run without using any sort of other buffs and stuff. Like, granted, we used the Margit Shackle for that dungeon, but I didn't do it to, like, directly damage anything. It's just a way of making that dungeon, like, a not fucking bullshit sandwich, because it genuinely is. So I need to make my way down here. Let's deal with you really quickly. So much HP, dude. That's not what I wanted. Well, at least he died, I guess. Hello? I love hitboxes so much. Come on, man. Trying to get him to look the other way. I don't really want to make... Do I have the beast lure pot recipe? I don't think I do. No. Not even 100% sure that it works on them, but... I just would prefer not to fight, at least not both of these. Right, so that did get his attention, but not really where I want it to be gotten. So let me... Yeah, over there. I would still like to get Moog's Shackle, but... Hang on. Let's do a cheeky little quit out right here where shit's not looking at us. This is one of those situations where it's like, these guys are such a pain in the ass to fight here because there's two of them and they have a lot of HP. And you can't even really easily snipe them from above because they like kind of going under the pipes and then also sniping back at you anyway, so... They're just sort of a pain to deal with regardless. Fuck you. Is it just a fucking lobster? How's it going, Wintermute? Basically, although the game actually calls them crayfish, they're supposed to technically... Oh, why did I even bother killing you? The game considers them to be giant crayfish and then giant frost crayfish, or just frost crayfish, I guess they call them, but for the ones in mountaintops. Alright, so the shortcut is here, so if we die somehow before we get to the grace, we can use that. Are there giant corgis too? I mean, kinda. Not exactly corgis, but there are giant dogs. Of a few different varieties. You got the big red wolves, and then of course you got the just actual enemy they call giant dog, which just is a dog with a giant head, really, but... Or rather, a pretty giant body, too, but their head is, like, what especially stands out, you know? People often liken them to, like, T-Rexes if they were dogs. Alright, so here we have another double dungeon. It takes some getting used to navigation-wise. Not gonna bother killing these guys here, but Also, there's some pretty dangerous enemies in this, so I do want to be a little careful. I hate that they never patched that out. That particular ghost glovewort right there requires you to bend down to pick it up for some reason. There's not really any good reason why. Let me deal with these guys before I try to get that thing dealt with. He's gonna blow. I don't know if I should have really done that, but just kind of felt like doing that instead of throwing a kukri at it. Fuck. God, that makes you fucking linger for so long. This guy has so much fucking health. Those made now, so we can deal with this guy. Yes, walk into it. You foolish fool. Man, I forgot like how much HP these dudes have. It's really like require us to use a lot of resources just to kill one of them. I would like to be out of combat if possible, so I can craft a little bit more. Oh, also, I need to... I forgot. I guess we can do this a while, but I forgot to switch my physic tier back out. Oh well. Alright, so we're in a loop now. This is you know, it looks like maybe this is where you're supposed to go, but it's not. There's just more omens down here, and I don't think there's any specific reward we want down there, because there's 2 omens, and they're just also very tanky motherfuckers, so we'll ignore them. Oh, right, I forgot this means I gotta fight fucking Asgar, whatever his name is the boss of this place, and his fucking bleed dogs. It's gonna be just oh so fun. Yeah, I like that they added little details like this stuff in here, how there's like putrid corpses that are dead. And if you were running through here and you killed the ones that are in here, it's easy enough for you to sit here and be like, oh yeah, I killed these guys. I think I'm in the same place, because like you come down, you notice that like some shit seems different, so you're like, is this the same? Is this different? I don't know. And then you see like some corpses and you're just like, oh yeah, I guess I've been here already, because it's the same rooms. But it's not. See, now we have a way that way we can go. Finally. Okay. Craft that, craft some of those. Okay, we're looking a little bit better now. Hold on. Let me actually go down the other way first. And see, in the other version of this room, these guys are already corpses, so they look like they just... you know, they just look like they're suddenly getting up. And this would kind of maybe look like, you know, the omen that you killed before, and now suddenly there's another one, like, looking at its corpse, and you're just like, what the fuck? Where did that one come from? But it's all... this is all another layer of the dungeon. Just there to try to confuse you. And then this should take us back to back to the other one, I think. So we don't want to go there yet. Back the other way. Again, with a normal setup, I would just fight all these guys, or at least the omens. Sometimes I ignore putrid corpses because they're just not really worth killing. They're tanky and don't really give you much of a reward if you kill them. Although sometimes they're nice to kill just so you're not stuck in combat forever, because I don't know what it is about putrid corpses, man. It's just, they're slow to move, they're slow to fight, and they're slow to forget about your ass, because they leave you in combat for so long sometimes when you've run away from them. But it's putrid corpses that do this shit specifically. For a hot second there, I thought my own fire hurt me, and I was very bewildered. Alright, recraft stuff real quick. There we go, that has us pretty much set up for the main fight. The question is, which layer am I on? I think this is probably the wrong layer. I think I need to go back up. No, this is the right one. Never mind. Well, I guess we're already ready to fight then, because we got basically all of our stuff back. Although, I tell you what, let me come up here and rest. I want to switch my physic tier back out, so I can get that extra fire damage. Because we're gonna need it. Escar is gonna be a fucking pain in the ass, I think. Possibly. I don't know. Maybe, I'm hoping he'll be easy for whatever reason, but I suspect he'll be a pain. I definitely fucking rolled that, dude. What is he doing? Oh, lock-on failed me. Come on. There we go. Alright, he was not really that bad as far as NPCs go. I was expecting worse. But now that'll finally do it. That should be all of Altus done. Alright. At least until we come back and do Ashen Capital, but as far as regular capital and everything else is concerned, we're done. So, let's see. What do we have in Gelmir if we end up doing that next as far as like a boss clear? I mean, obviously there's Rykard, which, you know, we might wait until later on that one just because he's going to have an absurd amount of HP, but we have the Abductor Virgins. Here, let me clear all of these because we're done with that now. Bring me here. Did we kill this Demi-Human Queen? Because I feel like we did, but it might have been on the other run. Looks like we did, because I don't see any of her cohorts around either. Nice little... That's actually not a bad little volcano stone farm, actually. I like taking the Seathwater River route for it, but it's because you can get like 150 if you just, you know, take the route. But sometimes it's nice to be able to just like stand up from a grace, walk a few steps and grab like a pile and then sit back down. So you just don't have to really like pay attention to what you're doing much. So yeah, I might farm some here in the future. Okay. So let's see. As far as what we have left, we've done this, so I'm just going to mark the Hermit Village area. But the Abductor Virgins we need to do, which means warping there, which means you don't technically have to warp there, but we should get warped there. So we want to go back to Raya Lucaria for that. And then there's the Putrid... Sorry, not Putrid. There's the Ulcerated Tree Spirit. There's the Full-Grown Falling Star Beast. There's the Gelmir Hero's Grave. There's... there's the Seathwater Cave, or whatever it is, over here. So there's at least like a good like 5 or so things to do. And then just Rykard himself. Well, Rykard and the Godskin Noble. Godskin Noble shouldn't be too bad. So we might do like everything but Rykard. I think right now we're going to do like a little bit of a shorter stream, so I'm going to just do like maybe one more thing that we can do kind of quickly. And then I'll probably wrap it up after that, just because I do have some work I got to do this evening. And then I'm not sure what work is going to be like yet this week, so I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow yet or possibly just later in the week. We'll see, but I do want to stream some more this week, and I do really want to like buckle down and figure out stuff for the anniversary or something fun to do, at least if we don't do like a subathon sort of thing. Anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and go to, what's the easiest way to get there? I guess the classroom and go backwards. We never did give the other key to Thops. Actually, now that I think about it, we never even got the other key, but we don't care about that. There's a lot of like people's quest lines I've been doing just for the hell of it, for no real reason. And I don't really need to try to get them done. Oops. Okay, well, worst ways to fall, I guess. Now we gotta let ourselves get killed by this thing, so, which I have not done in a while. I kind of wish this didn't use, actually, hang on a second. Let's do something really quick. I never use this thing, but I hate that this, that you have to like come back for your runes. At least I'm pretty sure you do, if I'm not misremembering. Let me use the, since we have it, the Twiggy Cracked tier. And then I won't lose my runes after dying, so I don't have to worry about coming back here at all to get them. Screw Thops, so he can get his own key, yeah. Yeah, take that, Sorcerer Bottoms. Or Bottoms, if you're supposed to, if you're gonna add an H to it. I don't know why my hand wants to touch the send button while I type. Yeah, I get that. It happens. Alright, kill me. Specifically with the grab. That might not be enough, but hopefully it is. We're gonna need more. I'm taking nowhere near enough damage. That was roughly half my HP, though. Okay, now we just need to get grabbed. Shit. Yes. Thank you. I hope the buff is still active. It looks like it is, so it should be fine. Bottoms. Alright, there we go. Now we don't have to worry about collecting our runes, we just have them. And it didn't even really cost us anything to do that. Is this actually hurting you? Oh, that's right. These, I think these bats are actually immune to fire. These ones specifically. Not any other bats, just the ones here, because they're meant to be around lava and shit and potentially have the possibility of landing in it without dying, so So they made these ones specifically immune to fire damage so that wouldn't cause problems. Alright. I don't even know why I bothered with that. I knew it at least wasn't anything useful. The abductor virgins shouldn't be immune, so we should be okay to use volcano pots on them if we want. But we can always switch to lightning or something if we feel like it. I'm just gonna run by these guys. Okay. That ought to do. Let me switch the physic tier back out, and then we'll try just using what we have. If it doesn't work out great, then we'll come back and switch to lightning. I don't think there's anything here that I want to pick up. So I'm just going to ignore the stuff that's here for now. Forgot there's like a billion budding cave moss over here. Suppose if you don't mind running down and falling through all this, it's not a bad place to farm it, but it's not great. But then again, I think once you beat these guys, you should have another grace, so you can just load from over here. Ah, fucking... I rolled into it. It was a little close. Alright. That was easy enough. Fair, they're not exactly geared for me being a little on the over-leveled side, so... Okay. Well, that's at least one thing for Gelmir done. One more thing, I should say. So we'll just put the marker there, I think. And then, yeah, that should pretty much do it. We've just got, we have a fair bit of things to do, like especially up and around over here, but we can knock that out on the next one. But yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it there, guys. Like I said, I'm not sure about schedule yet this week, so tomorrow is at least a possibility. But yeah, probably expect at least one or two more streams during the week. I just don't know what days yet, and I will try to let you know when I do. But yeah, I guess just keep your eye out for tomorrow, just in case I do then. But, yeah, that'll be it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed the, Consumables Only run, all bosses run, today. I'm definitely having a good time with it. In case you missed it early on, we did actually go back and defeat, like at the very beginning of the stream, I went back just for the hell of it to go kill the, Blackblade Kindred over there and succeeded. So we're now done with everything all the way up to Altus. So we just have Gelmir, consecrated in Mountaintops, and then the Hallig Tree and Farum Azula, and that's it. Well, aside from Ashen Capital, but so yeah. Oh, and we do have to kill Moog and then do Deeproot, of course, too. But everything else should be good to go. Anywho, yeah. I mean, I'll double check the underground areas in case I forgot something. But anyways, y'all, like I said, I don't know yet when the next stream will be, but just keep your eye out for tomorrow or just sometime during the week. And either way, I will see y'all on the next one. In the meantime, have a great rest of your day / night. Take good care of yourselves, and I shall see y'all then. Also, hi and bye, Amateur. Anyway, take care, everybody. Bye-bye.